We have moved from whom we know to who knows you. See? So who knows you is even a higher version of whom you know. Now the person you know at the first step out doesn't matter much. Unless the person knows you. See? So in order not to go and bother anybody, then you say that, oh, let me sell this, let me sell that. So most people are really not into entrepreneurship, but we want to do something to earn a livelihood. And those of you who have set up already, today the discussion, take your company, no matter how small it is. And as we go along, you use your company as a case study. So if you're a fashion designer, you are looking at your company as a case study. If you are into pickery, you are using your company as a case study. So if you are talking about how you can advertise, you are also looking at how you can advertise. When we talk of audience, we are talking about potential customers. And you don't just say because everybody is going social media. If your audience cannot be found on social media, then you also quickly go and set up a social media. These are some of the things we want to avoid. We want to make sure that the target the people that organize the project. So today we are looking at building a strong marketing program for your business. Building a strong marketing program for your business. And we expect that by the time we finish, so we'll be able to build a marketing presence. We'll gain understanding in customer analytics, which is also a new area. You'll be able to establish retention strategies by the end of the program. So here we are looking at marketing not for professionals. We're looking at marketing across people with diverse interests. So we are not going to be theoretical in what marketing is, as if we are going to write an exam. So we are looking at marketing in simple terms. And here we say marketing is what you do to attract and retain paid customers. And the emphasis is on paid. As for trying to market to people who don't have to pay, it is easy. The World Food Program, during war situations, will go to countries with bags of rice and give them out for free. They still have products. They still transport the products. They still a typical marketer will do, but it is not for profit. But here, we are interested in something that's very important in the long term. In the long term, because when you start a business, then that is a temporary situation you need to engage in. Your market or your customer base and its sustainability is the one that you should give attention to. The moment you start a business, your market and its sustainability. So when you go to a sports stadium, when there is a sports a match or there is a tournament spanning for 3 weeks, and you go and sell ice cream at the tournament, after 3 weeks, what happens? Do you still have a market? The market is gone. It is not enough to say that I have seen a group of people meeting. Let me go and sell tobacco. When you sell that tobacco for that day, whether it is a funeral or whatever, why are you selling the next day? So think about sustainability of the market. If you are here and you got a customer, the way to sustain the market is to ensure that the customer comes or you continue to come. And that you have to figure out. What principles can I put on this such that this customer that I have and come back and come back. One customer can look after a company for life. One customer. Maybe somebody said he was into IT solutions. If your customer is Social Security and National Insurance Trust, SNES, throughout the year you use it, isn't it? So one customer can provide liability for a company forever. Even that represents buys cassava for the cassava. Every point is special. So I want us to know how important our customers are. If we don't see that importance, then we don't even need to put in much in terms of money. So you have the base, you have it. But when they are supposed to be sold, no one can solve. You run a water farm, you finish with the air phase. They are no longer ready. You need to sell them. No one can do it. What happens? You continue to eat because you can't have them. They continue to eat. You understand? So, markets is very important in our businesses. Many times we ignore the fact that that is why businesses die. When people see the businesses are dying, because people are not buying from them. So when you was there tomorrow, they will make the customer in. When you lose control, when you see this, you buy and eat. You see this, you buy and eat. Meanwhile, nothing comes into your kitchen. So it is important to think of the IDA model, which is not everybody knows about the product. If most of the companies that you have mentioned here, many of us are hearing them for the first time. So the likelihood is that people don't know. Now, when you create awareness, it means that you are now making people aware. So today, we are wanting to know that people are in fashion, people are in the environment, somebody wants to go into health sector, digitalization and so on, we have been aware. The funnel shows that the number of people who are aware of your products may not take the next step of showing interest. Showing interest means, let's say we have a short break. You walk to somebody. You said you do A, B, C, D. What is the typical charge? Somebody talks about barcoding, and you want to know what can you do so that when somebody picks something from my shelf, I can be notified on my mobile phone. Then I'll show you interest. The next level, after showing interest, when he has answered all your questions positively, is to tell me, if I want a second, how much will I cost? You are now deciding. You are trying to make an order. You see that it keeps narrowing, meaning that not everybody who will show interest will take the next step of trying to place an order. I hope you understand that. So it is important that you create awareness to cover a wider range, a wider funnel, and even if it has to reduce gradually, it will reduce and you still have a bigger base. So imagine that every publicity you do creates the top of the funnel. If your publicity is narrow, the top of the funnel is narrow, isn't it? And whether you like it or not, it will be excellent with the funnel. The publicity will create it. Now all us in this room, we know about the barcoding. Is he going to live here getting business from all of us? No. That case is really expensive. The same awareness comes down to action. No. It will shrink and shrink and shrink. You will end up with zero. So the wider the top, the better. And that's why you have to cast your ideas across a wider range of your segments. So when you take action, then you say, okay, we have agreed on the price, we have agreed on the way, let's look at the result, and that is not an easy task. If you look at the wide side, and look at the narrow side at the bottom, means we have a long way to go. Now, to acquire customers, we need to look at the mission that we have. How many of us have established mission? Well, no matter how small your business is, the business must have a mission. Why are you? What is the purpose of new establishment? We are in the business of supporting lives of families with needs. So whether you serve them with food or veterinary products, you are in that it's a wide mission. And it gives you room to maneuver. So these two things, mission and vision, very key. Very key, no matter how small. It helps you to stay focused, because if you are in the business of running a crash and your mission is to help, working and busy parents who have had their duties in a very relaxed atmosphere. We are not mentioning crash, but we are saying that we are helping busy parents to concentrate on the job. So, if you want to improve our business, the crash is one. We can even go to a state of finding home teachers to help the children do their homework when they return and parents are not back. So you don't create a very narrow mission. Create a mission that you can adjust to grow the business or to have complementary business within the one that you have established. So, as much as possible, stay within your mission. And if you have to change or add something outside your mission, you need to adjust your mission. So if you say, I'm in the business of transportation, it is better than to say, I run taxis. But when you have the opportunity of running a cargo business or a haulage business, then you have to go back to Reintegration and change the mission, what we call the objects. So make sure that you have a wider mission. Not too wide as to not be meaningful, like general mentors, import and export. If that is your mission, it is like the whole, any business at all, you do it. The customer must have a pain that purchasing your products will help him to solve or to fix. So in the business that you are doing, where is the customer's pain? I said I use your business like this thing. In your current business, where is the customer's pain? If the customer's pain is not very pronounced, if it is very painful, then it is not something that they will push and buy from you. So when you identify this, the pain point is a displeasure that the customer has. For instance, if I want to buy, let's say, shrimps, my pain points may be when I come closer to the beach and they have all the shrimps brought from the canoe. I have an nauseating, and it has an nauseating effect for me. That can become a pain point. But I like shrimps. But when you package it and bring it to the supermarket or bring it to me home, I'll buy it and I will pay more. It means that you are solving a problem for me, which doesn't allow me to go to the beach. So a pain point is something that a customer doesn't like doing. People don't like slow nature they didn't like it, the slow nature of the post office. That's why the courier services was it easy to come into the business. The post offices were well established. And when you post a letter, it is so long. The courier services, I will deliver it today, later for tomorrow. I have to pay more, there's no problem. And that's why when the emails were coming, then it was even easier for the post office to collapse. Because it was instant. Are you okay? Okay. So, when the customer has to pay, it is easy to make money out of the customer. Sometimes the customer is willing to pay twice what they are paid if he has to go to where he has to go. And because they are paying him and reducing his pay, he will wait to pay more. No matter how innovative So, for instance, the madam who cooks, is that the first thing you got? Rupiah. Okay. Who are the people you are targeting? Yes. Yes, busy women. Busy women and those who don't know how to cook. You assume that every man knows how to cook. Some are not busy, but they will come. Yes. So those who work longer hours and those they don't go home early and so on. They are the people you are targeting. Yes. So you need to understand how you have your communication. Because if you say it wrong, like I say, women who don't know how to cook, it will annoy them. Isn't it? It will annoy them. So how to communicate in marketing is very important. There is a whole lot of diplomacy in housing how you want to communicate to them. Without losing the meaning of what you want to tell them. At the same time, not offending them, because you might be speaking the truth, but you won't get it. And knowing what to say, for them to take action is important. Okay. Coming back, it is important that those who buy from you keep coming back. They keep coming back. If they buy from you once and they don't come back, you may be dealing with what we call transactional marketing. But when you keep them to come back, then you'll be dealing with what we call relationship marketing. And relationship marketing, in all cases, have been seen to be cost effective, and also it leads to loyal customers. A loyal customer would always fight for your products. Even when people are saying negative things, he is there to say the positive things. Traction, I have already explained, means there are clear indicators that your business is viable and that you have achieved some degree of product market fit. You have a market that is accepting your product. So at least every morning when you go out there, some people are buying your product. And when it brings growth, then it means you have a business. You started with 3 people, you are showing for 3 families. Now, those 3 families keep coming back, and then they told other people in their church, and you found out that they, together with new customers, you have 12 people you are showing with. Now you are able to arrange to get more people because of word of mouth. Very important. Would be positive if the people you are serving find your product useful and find your customer service also useful. Growth over time, then you can say that yes, you have achieved some traction. And here you can confidently say there is demand for your product. Most of the businesses you mentioned, there aren't clear demand for the product unless you create them. You have to create the demand by creating this traction, getting a core group that you would treat nicely for them to become your ambassadors, help you bring more customers into the business, and when you become consistent, then you say, you said it, but this seamstress is different. She doesn't keep the clothes for 2 months. Because the person was complaining about her seamstress. He said, oh, my seamstress, when she says 3 days, it's 3 days. When she is busy and says 1 week, it's 1 week. In fact, if 1 week she can't finish, She will call you and apologize and ask for about 2 days more. Say, oh, come and see mine. Even when you have gone there in a taxi, he is even dodging. He doesn't call. He doesn't pick the calls. You always have to go there. And then they are willing to try. And when you prove otherwise, that truly you are different, then they stay with you. Now, you don't need to be profitable to show traction. As I said from the beginning, every business when you start, you need to try in humble beginnings. That is not a time you are going to price above the ceiling. Sometimes your pricing covers your cost, just for people to get to know your product. But you must have a plan. That I am entering the market humbly. I will not seek profits overnight. I will put few percentage above my cost. And as I go on, when they have accepted my product, then I'll lift it bit by bit. You remember the water called Werner? Werner came to meet the giants, isn't it? The Belacquas and the Vortex. But look at it. It came with a very low price, isn't it? And availability everywhere. And now it's almost a market leader. But these are standard products that are substitute of each other. So if you come in, you have to come in with a plan to beat those who are there. Most of us, our plan is not to beat them. We come in, our plan is to find space. Our plan is to find space and bend down there. What the Boston Consulting Group will say, like a dog. But this one plan that we are going in big, but we go in small. Eventually we will overtake them. And that is what you have to tell yourself. Say, we will overtake them. Yes. So wherever you are entering, have a plan. And that plan should have a long-term overtaking in mind. Otherwise, you become too humble and comfortable just for getting a space. So now, the next stage, I'm going to use a case study of a typical business, which you also have to use your business as a case study. So this is a pizza business, and the business delivers pizza and other food that you may require. So the business makes pizza. But when you say, I want pizza and something else, and they don't have it, they'll buy it from another restaurant and deliver it to you. Sometimes you don't need a business today in the digital world. You don't need a business to do business. You don't need a factory to sell products. You can have your products manufactured by another factory with your brand, isn't it? So you outsource the production. So you don't need any production manager. You don't need the factory exists. They do their things already, and you take your design, your labels and everything there. I want 5,000 this. They give it to you. Yours is to market it. And you go back. You can use people's businesses. I am a delivery service. I deliver food. I don't have a restaurant. I make myself so visible that when you are looking for a food joint, my name will come first. And when you tell me I want pizza, I say, okay, which pizza do you want? which company's pizza do you want? And they can arrange and get you the pizza. Do you understand? So, stretch your imagination towards making money. And don't start like, I don't have the... Oh. Fortunately, with the digitalization, you don't even need an office. The office is on your phone. When you are called, you quickly have to respond. All the questions you ask. If you have an app, you suggest they use the app. And the app can be interactive. So you also answer all their questions. So that is the opportunity for us to do more. So this is our product. What then will be our target market? Who are the people? So as I said, in your own notes, you are talking about your product now. And you are talking about who your target is. Don't write my targets. Have you found your target? Have you found your target? You haven't found your target. What is your product? You don't have a product. So if you don't have a product, then everybody is your target. Okay. So we are looking at narrowing down to our targets. We have a hand lens. There are people there, but you are narrowing down to one person as our target. And for us, as pizza, we need a target that enjoys pizza. You don't create your target in people who are occasional eaters of pizza. People who have acquired the fufu and abunabunu taste, such that if one day they don't eat it, they can't sleep. And those people, when they are satisfied with fufu, what is pizza for? So you need a very clear target. So you need to market your products to people who would like it and will continuously like it. Now once you identify the target, you need to research around them. So this group is our target. I need to know their names. And in Ghana, if you are lucky, when we are collecting information digitally, ask them to register. The name is there, the email address is there. We are planning activities. Activities including advertising, flyers, even digital information. We need to know whether those people can read and understand. If my targets are the 80-year-olds, because what I'm selling pertains to the aged, then if I put my things online, then typically I'm saying that my target is not the aged themselves, but maybe their grandchildren. Because the people over 60 years may not be so digitally friendly. So when you want information, they are retirement, they have a lot of time, they listen to radio a lot. So putting it on radio will let them hear rather than putting it on social media. So capturing information is as important as campus or inside the campus, then you know that they are university students. It doesn't mean that outsiders driving through cannot buy from you. need to narrow down. If you want to communicate with the two groups, you may have different plans. That's why there's a need to know your audience so that you can communicate. Okay. What do our people value? The people target, what do they value? They are price sensitive, the students. They are price sensitive. Somebody has given them money to come to school. They are trying to have a good taste by eating pizza. And the least increase, they will move. So it is an important factor to them. They are also creative, and they want to have it. So when you give them one way, it's only sausage. No. They are adventurous, they are creative, they are innovative. They want to be able to say that I got the best of pizza. Therefore, variety is important. You should be able to let them combine the way they want it. So your price list, whether you are using digital approach or face-to-face approach, your price list must be transparent. Then you should be able to afford them the opportunity to tell you, I want this and that. I don't like this. I don't eat this. So take it out. They don't want the one size fits all. So everything is there. You can tell I don't want tomatoes. And you should be able to customize it for them. What do they dislike? So we've talked about what they value most. So ask your customer, ask yourself. If you don't know, ask your customer, what annoys them? What worries them? The pain, again. The customer's pain. So, staying in traffic. Imagine at K University, you want to go and buy food around the stadium. You have an exam the next day. You have to study. Going and coming can take you 2 hours. Not to even talk about waiting time for the food. So they don't want traffic. We have said that they don't want expensive food, delivery service. So the delivery itself, they want it, but they don't want to pay more. Then they don't want to wait in long queues in the restaurant. And to solve this is to give them the best of prices, to give them the best of delivery costs, and also not to let them be in traffic. How do we interact with them? Because they are the youth, we can use the Instagram, Twitter, WhatsApp, LinkedIn, YouTube to reach them, emails and websites. Then we can also employ search engine optimization so that when you key in this pizza, you see that our name is on top. If your target group are not here, look at where you can find them. If they don't, they are not active on phone. The traditional means are there. The radio, the flyers. If they think that there are people who go to church every Sunday, then churches in the community leave some flyers with them so that they share them on your behalf. Sometimes we use the wrong information or communication for the wrong audience. We think we are spending so much money in developing flyers, but they are not hitting the right people that we need to target. Okay. So, our pizza targeting the youth. It makes sense to use the phone and the laptop, the tablets, and so on. That's why I'm saying that your company may not be targeting the youth. If, and I have said, today the radio has become a bit cheaper than it used to be. And then they buy their newspaper, sit in an armchair, they will read every paragraph of the newspaper. You can place an ad. The traditional ones are expensive. That's why these days anyone can go into business, because the people who are buying, they are active. Middle class, they are all people who can use a digital approach. So business has become easier than it used to be. Name must be catchy. Choosing a brand name, look at your target group. Can they even mention it? And people are coming to parasites. Then when they also have money, they want to buy pizza time. And there should be a way to connect your brand name to the customer emotionally. Emotionally. When they hear the name, they see themselves. Those people who use iPhone, they are in love with Apple. They are in love with Apple. When you tell her, I'll buy a phone for you, and you are targeting Samsung, you are in trouble. You have earmarked some 900 Ghana to buy Samsung A something. If she asks you, which brand are you buying? You say Samsung. Oh, they give me the money, I'll top it up. It makes you useless. As if you're not ready to buy a phone for me. But I'll top it up, knowing that Samsung money cannot buy Apple. So I will top it up. Apple, no, how much did you say? You see, the person is not willing to change her mind. And she doesn't want to be ungrateful that when you buy for me, I will sell and buy Apple. She doesn't want to do that with Apple. If you go and give them Benetton, they will say thank you. So people have emotional attachments, and that is how you have to grow your brand, for a brand to get to that point. And it's not easy. So Pizza Time is the name of our product, and what we pride ourselves with, we want the people to know that we stand out. Our unique selling proposition is that we are 24 hour. 24 hour. If you come at 3 a.m., I want pizza, you get it. Why? Because we have studied our targets. The students, we know that they go to nightclubs, they come around dawn, and at that time they are very hungry. So if you want to kill their pain, then you must be able to solve their problem at 4 a.m. So 24-hour pizza. What is our logo? That is our logo. Whilst running your brand name, you also have a catchy logo that without the brand name, the logo can stand. The logo alone can speak for you. So you have a brand name that can speak for you. You have a logo that can speak for you. And when you combine them, you know that you have a strong brand. And then you have a tagline. Every time is what? Pizza time. Wouldn't the youth be happy with this? So you are looking at building a brand that students will be able to identify with. So think about your brand. The name may even put some people off. Choose a name that you think that if you are dealing with this name, it won't be difficult. Sometimes our targets are foreigners, but we choose a name the foreigners cannot pronounce because we want to be local and choose a local name, and they struggle to pronounce. And if you don't take care in their struggles to pronounce, they might pronounce something easier as a recommendation to others because they can't easily remember. How do our targets, how do they want our pizzas delivered? If we don't know this, they will walk away. They want it hot. And if they want it hot, then we have to figure out what to do to make it hot. They want it hygienic. They don't want pizza that when you open the box, you find a house fly inside the box already. They want it hygienic. They want it to be delivered fast. So when he calls you within 20 minutes, he's calling back. That is how you can know when they expect you to deliver. He called you to place an order at 9. You gave him 40 minutes. Within 20 minutes, he's calling. He is now feeling the hunger more. These are people who are very active. He placed an order. A friend comes to his room. Charlie, let's go and watch this. So I've placed an order. The guy will come very soon. Anything can change their mind. The youth, especially those on campus, anything can attract their attention. So when you are keeping too long, sometimes you even come, you won't find them. You come to campus, Katanga Hall, because that's where he ordered it from. He says, I've come to you to bring it here. It is to your disadvantage. So, as much as possible, we try to serve them as fast as possible because they want speed. They want to pay less, but they want speed. They don't want it to be soggy. So you should know how to treat the box. When you have to pierce holes in the box so that a bit of vapor can come out, it is up to you to make sure that your box it's hot but not soggy. And the students also want to see some kind of seal that this motor rider who was bringing it, he wasn't in between the times chopping the sausage the toppings on it. So at least convince the person that it has not been broken, and that will let him be satisfied. And then they want a direct handover. This is Pizza Time t-shirt, motor rider handing it to me. Not that he left it with the porter left it to the roommate and the roommate is bringing it. You know it's food, isn't it? So people don't want it to change hands several times. You may think it's nothing, but some people take that seriously, that they want it to be handed to them directly. Don't leave it with anybody. Try and trace me and give it to me. This is how we have found out that they like their delivery. And we stick to this as much as possible, and they will continue to be our customers. We have already said that they don't want their food to be stuck in traffic. Therefore, it also makes sense to use a motor rider who can weave in between the traffic. Now, this is our business. We have talked about building a brand, how we can reach our targets, and we know the target inside out. what they are likely to do and what they are not likely to do and so on. We know them. But can we be in the shop every day? And if we can't be there every day, there's a need to have a plan so that whoever comes follows the plan and be consistent. Okay. Now, can we stand up? Yes, stand up. Okay. Now let's stretch our hands this way. Up. Okay, level. Down. Up. Level. Up. Level. Down. Okay, let's sit down. Now I'll ask one question. This question I want a chorus answer. Chorus answer. I want everybody to shout. Shout the answer because it's an easy question. I don't want anybody to think about the question because it's easy. But shout, even if it will break the building, shout. Are you ready? Yes, sir. Ready? Yes, sir. Okay. Christmas and New Year, which one comes first?
Christmas.
Now think about the question again. Which one comes first? Why? It's never chicken and hen. 2021. Have you celebrated New Year? So for every year, New Year comes first. But because the Christmas and the New Year, they are so close, and we spend more money during Christmas and use the leftover for New Year, we think that the New Year comes after Christmas. Yes, there are things like that. When we have time to think, we know what it is. Okay, that was just a breaker. So marketing plan, here we are talking about documenting the things that you do that work. You need to have documented evidence so that if you have to go to school for a whole semester and somebody is looking after your business, the person knows what is important, how we deliver. We want it very hot, we don't want it soggy, we don't want it this way, we don't want all those things. Because you may have captured this in your mind, but it's not on any document. So marketing plan is important for a business that you are doing. And it also allows you to, be committed to a strategic plan. A strategic plan can be 4 years, 5 years, depending on the country in which you are. If you are in Ghana and you make 10-year strategic plan, it's a joke. Because You can't even predict your inflation. You can't predict your bank interest. You can't predict a lot of things. But at least, if you do it for years, most of your assumptions may not be correct, but it will be a bit better. A marketing plan is a tactical plan. The environment, in terms of government policies and so on, still have an impact on it. Therefore, don't go too far. 1 year marketing plan will be okay. Now, research shows that when we write down specifically what we are going to do towards achieving our vision, we are 2 to 3 times more likely to follow through. Sometimes when you have written down something, even your New Year resolution, sometimes we keep it in mind. Sometimes we put it in a diary. The ones we write, you follow it up to a certain point, isn't it? Even though you may not get to the end of the year. If you always get to the end of the year, you won't have new ones. So if you say, this year, I'll stop drinking alcohol. January, anybody who invites you, tell you, don't come and spoil my New Year resolution. February, then you are, by Easter, say, God, you know Christ has died. You know we are celebrating Jesus, so please forgive us. And then you go back. The following year, new resolutions. Yes, so the point is that how you are running the business, the best practices you ought to implement, put them in writing. It serves as a guideline for somebody who takes over from you, and it also makes you committed to following the best practices. A marketing plan maps where our present business can grow through visibility and relationships. So we are able to tell. Yes. So within the marketing plan, every marketing activity must be captured. Our visibility that we lacked. Now we say we want to be visible. We want to be on Google. So when you Google pizza time, you'll find us. We also want to be at the lobbies of hotels, big hotels, so that when you Google or when you take the flyer, you can call us. Some places you go to a car park like the trade fair, Accra Mall, negotiate, put them on the wipers, and you are able to be reached by people who would take them. So visibility, remember the funnel, the awareness creation. The plan must be achieved and sustainable. Or be it business plan, be it strategic plan, be it tactical plan or marketing plan, must be achievable. If you make a plan that is not achievable, just for the notes, just for writing sake, it doesn't make sense. These plans must have targets that you put in. We want to achieve 15% market share. You are not coming from zero. Maybe you have 8%. You want to achieve 15%. Maybe possible. Don't move from zero and say we want to achieve 75% market share. If there are other players, unless you are a monopoly and you think that if you're a monopoly, you have 100%. So it will answer the question, Where will our business be by the end of this year? Now, when there is COVID, it makes sense to do yearly marketing plan because we don't even know a new wave that is coming. We thought that it was over. Now we are still here with masks, still social distancing. So when you make a 5-year plan, at what point are you going to think COVID will be away? You can't assume. So marketing plan, we are looking at the contents, then we can go and have a snack. Should we break for snack? Okay, yes. Yes. So, please, the snack is just on the veranda. Yes, so let's go for it. When we come, we'll have a few slides to finish, and then we'll take the questions. Remember, there is COVID, so eating means you take off the mask. So that is not where you are going to converse. Do some social distancing, and when you wear the mask, you can talk. following year, 1st August, the situation will change. Your employees may be more or less. Your competitors may have increased. Now, give as detailed information as possible. The oven that you use in baking the pizza, maybe now we have one. So when you have done all these, it helps you do projections. If next year we think that the demand is growing, we need a second oven, then you are working towards one oven. And before you start next year in 2022, you also have to do a situation analysis to see whether the oven you said you buy in 2021, you have bought it. So it's like you auditing yourself. So everything about the business, including how we reach out to people, and if we have a customer database, we go in and say, since inception in 2020, we have served 5,000 pizzas. You can say that. These days we have websites that allow you to also see visitors who come to the site, isn't it? You can report on that. Those are what we call the metrics. When we talk about analytics, we'll talk about those ones. So when you have done this in the form of an essay, then you pick your SWOT analysis. What are our strengths? Being at KNUST, a population of over 70,000 students is not the strength, but it's an opportunity. The strength is something that the company has that makes it be able to deliver better than competitors. So we have qualified and committed staff. That can be a strength. Because the competitors' staff may not be committed. So we are better off than them. Then you can also talk about the motorbikes you have, whether they are new. If they are old, it makes yours a very weak. So we look at weakness, we look at strengths, and I think that SWOT is something that most of you have dealt with before. But most importantly, the opportunities and threats are the ones you have to watch. Because these opportunities and threats, they affect everybody in the industry. If the cost of flour is going up, based on a government policy of stopping importation of flour, it will affect everybody making pizza. And then if there is a growing health consciousness that is making people think twice in eating pizza or eating cheese and so on, you have to state it as a threat. My friend, public health may be speaking against it on platforms. Don't eat too much cheese. Don't eat too much cheese. And that becomes a resounding threat, even though it's not a government policy, but awareness creation in terms of health. So some of the things that you capture as threats are also risk that you have no control over. If you have control over, mostly it's a weakness. But in the external environment, the threats and risk, you may not have control over them. The opportunities are the ones that you can tap. I want you to do this exercise. Write this in your whatever book you have. OPP, write one word O. OPPO RTUNITYISNOWPPO H-E-R-E. What have you written? Opportunity? Yes. Those who say opportunity is nowhere are pessimists. Those who say opportunity is now here are optimists. So you are an optimist. You see? So that word says opportunity is nowhere. If we read it again, it's opportunity is now here. That's how life is. When government makes a policy that we are introducing school feeding program, a party member says, opportunity is now here. I'm going to be a food contractor. A woman who is already selling banku on that school campus says, opportunity is nowhere. Her business is going to collapse. Every government policy, everything that affects the environment creates opportunity for someone. Even the COVID, before COVID, would you buy this one for anything? Now everybody is wearing it. And that business is booming. In fact, hand sanitizers, people didn't even know they existed. But when it started, I don't go enter the industry. Isn't it? PPE sewing. PPEs. People started sewing PPEs. And when people were on lockdown, they were busy. The COVID creates a lot. This company called Zoom. Did you hear Zoom's name before COVID? I had a meeting with a university in the Netherlands in 2014, and they sent me a Zoom link. I had to download Zoom. And I said, what is this? We know Skype. What are you bringing? After that meeting, I never used the Zoom again, even though it was on my laptop. Now see how important it has become. My office, because of training we have with students, we have to buy 20 licenses. 20 licenses of Zoom. So it is not as if when you are talking about opportunities nowhere, somebody is also saying opportunity is nowhere. Somebody is saying opportunity is not here. So look at it in two ways. Every new policy, every threat, look at how you can make money out of it. Even in the face of war, the one supplying ammunition doesn't want the war to end. Isn't it? He is in big business. Yes. So, after SWOT, then you have seen the situation now. Seen your weakness. You have seen the opportunities in the air. Now, what are the objectives you are setting for yourself? The situation now says you have 8% market share. Now you are setting a new target. Where do we want to be at the end of the year? Then you can say that we want to grow and push the market till we have 15% market share by July ending 2022. The objective must be achievable from 8 to 15 maybe. It must also be measurable. When you get there, you will know that it is 15%. And then there are timelines that you can measure. Now, when you have set objectives, 2 or 3, you can employ 5 more people so that our staff strength will be 15. That is another objective. You want to make by, then you also capture that. So you can have different objectives, maybe for each department and so on. if you want to add more motorbikes, or you want to reduce motorbikes and use proper bicycles. These are all objectives you have to set. When those objectives are set, then what are the strategies you are going to use to achieve them? For instance, your market share. How are you going to improve your market share? What strategies? Are you going to use promotion, sales promotion, buy one, get one free? Are you going to attract group purchases? Are you going to, you have to talk about the strategies you're going to use. If you want to use paid advertising or social media in order to reach out to more people, you have to state it. But stating that we want to achieve 15% market share, we are going to use different approach. For instance, we have seen that our cheapest pizza is 18 cedis. We want to still do a smaller pizza that can cost as low as 8 cedis. So at first, you didn't have very small pizza that is for one person. Now you want to go down to make a bottom of the pyramid pizza. Or you want to sell the pieces. So if somebody comes and he wants 2 pieces, you can sell to him. You realize that you are leaving out a lot of people with money who cannot raise the 18 cedis, but they can raise at least 5 cedis or 10 cedis. We want to go back and capture all that. So when you have stated all the strategy, then what actions are you going to put in place? Who is going to be in charge of this action to achieve the strategy? Who is going to be in charge? Put people in charge of those strategies you want to deliver, and let them bring you a write-up on how they are going to deliver. What are the timelines? That should also be captured. And then you will see that now you have a certain table where all the and they have timelines and they are implementable. Otherwise, when you say it just like that, you may not achieve any result. Okay. In most cases, there should be allocated to the things you say you want to do. If you say it without any budget, then you wouldn't end up achieving much. If you say you want to add motorcycles, how are you going to add them? If there is budget, fine. Or in your strategy to add motorbicycles, you can say that we want to liaise with people who have their own motorbicycles on campus to serve like a motorbike Uber, to deliver for us to pay them. So you are increasing the fleet of motorbikes without buying more. I hope you understand that. So it depends on the strategy you're going to use. If government is going to give some intervention through Maslow, and that is what you are targeting to increase your motorbikes, you state it and follow up. One of the things that we also don't do well is we lack controls. We trust people too much. The reason why Ghanaians are not able to enter into partnership to do business, every partnership suffers. When you ask them, they say it's lack of trust. It's not lack of trust, it's abundance of trust. It's the opposite. It's the abundance of trust that leads to partnerships not working. Because we attend the same church, we don't have any documentation as regards to our partnership. Because we are friends from secondary school up to today, because we married from the same house, we are like brothers. So there is no documentation as to who gets what, who shares what, and so on. So when the person starts becoming opportunistic, then you advise yourself. But in the West, once it's partnership, you have to execute a partnership deed. You have to state how you are going to work together, how you are going to be managing, how much you will be paid, and so on, and how you are going to disentangle yourself from the partnership. That starts from day one. But here, abundance of trust. It's like two people getting married. Then you ask them, in case of divorce, months they are back. You see? Sometimes we avoid talking about partnerships, joint ventures. Of course, joint ventures are documentary as compared to the ones we do, based on trust. But it is the abundance of trust that makes us forget that we need to put documentation in place. So in everything you are doing, please put controls. How do I know when somebody comes? When I come and somebody has taken this, how would I know? Find time that you check your stock. Let the person know that you are putting controls. It's not because you mistrust the person, but any other person can be there. There was a lady who was selling, her business was selling minerals, Coke, Fanta, and those Sprites. She was selling in bulk quantities, in crates. But she was very social. Every funeral she wants to attend, every wedding she wants to attend, she is never at the shop. She brought this girl from the village who was taking care of the shop. But almost every day, oh, they don't buy anything, no. They are not buying. The woman comes, the day she sits there, they sell a lot. So, madam, you are lucky. When you come here, people buy. So, madam, you should be coming more often. And the girl was so forthcoming, making the madam believe that when she is there, people like her. So they come and buy. Then one day, she closed the shop. And somebody who also has a shop, two shops away, why are you closing your shop? He says, the profit I'm getting, paying the girl, and so on, there's no point. Then the woman told her, why don't you stop whatever you are doing and come and sit here? Then she decided to give it a try. After 1 week, her profit was so much. So she went back to the woman. The woman said, every day when the car comes, the lady buys whatever she has sold and replace them. So if people have bought 40 crates, she will buy the 40 crates from the car, pocket the profit, and keep the stock. So when you come, your 40 crates is there. Your 40 crates is there. So when you take stock, nothing is missing. So there are means of people running hotels. Somebody comes to the hotel. He wants short time. The owner knows that they don't do short time, but short time goes on there. Every time there's a room. When you go to a hotel, then today how many rooms are available for sale? So all the rooms are okay, except room 13. Room 13, there's a leakage, air condition leakage. Then he will say, oh, I've called the guy. He says to come by 1. There's nothing wrong with the air condition. He knows you won't go there. Mostly, they will report there's fault. The link is leaking. This is happening. That is the one they are reserving for short time. And it's mostly on the ground floor. Mostly on the ground floor. So if you trust them so much, there is always a way they make money out of you. So controls are very important. Let's look at customer analytics, and then we have customer analytics. Some people have been doing it long ago, but now we have digital tools for customer analytics. It is capturing information and validating the information and watching the information over time. So for instance, today, when we came, they took our information to print this. So at least the system has everybody's organization. The next time there is a program and it's organized by GIZ, they will take it. After 5 programs, they can tell who has been consistent in their programs. I hope you understand. You have attended all the 5, they can tell. The next program, they can tell somebody who comes from your organization and judge that you probably have told somebody. So now your organization, 2 people are coming from there. So we have customer analytics looking at customers' behavior over time and trying to draw a conclusion how they behave. So for instance, these days, those of you who use Google location, sometimes you come, when you leave here, you say, how was Marriott Hotel? You remember? They will ask you, how was Marriott Hotel? It's because they have captured on their system that you spent some time at Marriott Hotel. And that is part of the analytics. And this question, if you're a woman and your husband sees it on your phone, say, hey, now you go to Marriott. You see? Of course, women will also say that if they see it on men's phone. As they didn't tell me you were going to Marriott Hotel. What did you go and do there? You see, when you see hotel, the first thing that comes into mind, training is not one of them. Training is not one of them. So you have to be careful. The next time you come here with your spouse and your internet, your Wi-Fi connects, you have a question to answer. Okay, so customer analytics is capturing the process of capturing and leveraging customer data analysis to identify, attract, and retain customers. And it can be collected from various sources, as I have said, various sources. And then, these days, there are softwares that will analyze the data and tell what you like doing most. If you buy pizza more often, they will let you know. So, for instance, when you go to Amazon, Amazon will tell you the last time you were on that site, you didn't finish your purchase. Would you like to go back to it? If you run a hotel and people want to book hotel, customer analytics will tell you 40% of people who attempted to book actually abandoned the booking. It is up to you to start finding out why they abandoned the booking. And these days, I have done that. Booking a hotel, I abandoned. They sent me a mail that they have reduced the price. Because when I put 3 nights together, the amount that came, I said, So I abandoned it, went to other sites. Then I saw a mail from them. They had reduced the price by 25%. So I went back to it. Because the areas I went were no better. So these people managed to attract me again by knowing that I abandoned the cart. So now it's a strategy I use. I'll abandon for some time and see what they will do. Okay. So companies use the information to be able to personalize things to you. When you book French fries online and you keep writing, I want it crispy, I want it crispy, then they know that you want your French fries crispy. Then they keep that information. So even next time you book, you don't add it, they will then bring a question. Would you like it crispy? You say yes. Maybe you forgot. So it's part of machine learning. These days, even Google, when you start typing, it types a whole sentence for you. If you like it, you confirm. That's machine learning. And that is how they are monitoring how we do business online. And that's how you also have to monitor the customers and what they like, and be able to give them what they prefer. Okay. So here we use it to acquire, and once we know what they like, we use it to engage them, and then we provide what they like to retain them. So you can use customer browsing details, customer information when they are signing up, their purchase. When you are purchasing, you still provide information using credit card, your billing address and so on, so they get to know where you live. So sometimes they can send you a mail. You live at Bronx. There is this new shop opening. One of our branches is opening in your area. Then you ask them, how did they know I live at Bronx? But you are already captured. CSAT is customer satisfaction information. Sometimes you go to a bank, they say, evaluate the service. Then you key in certain things. You are satisfied. Your information is captured. So you can get this from website call centers. When you call MTN to complain, they will tell you this call may be recorded for training purposes. All that helps them to know your pain points, things you complain about. Anytime you keep the call, my data is running like water. So they know that when data is moving, occasionally when they want to excite you, they send you data. Then case closed. You know that you like data. Customer feedback can be one-on-one. It can be through suggestion box. It can be through email and so on. Then lastly, how to retain them. Retaining a customer makes it easier for you because you know them, you know how they operate, and it is less cost when you have to retain a customer. Because if you have to advertise to gain customers and others are already there, you don't need to advertise. You treat them well and they will stay. On the average, most loyal customers account for up to 80% of a company's revenue. Most loyal customers, they account for up to 80%. It's not as if they will buy the 80%, but they refer other people, word of mouth. Oh, they are good. Oh, they can do it. Oh, bring it there. So 80% of your profit is accounted for by your loyal customers. That's what we call the 80-20 principle. 20% may not even mind you. There are ways to even check. As we sit here, there is what we call the NPS, Net Promotional Score. If I want to use that questionnaire, one question, to test whether you are loyal to GIZ or not, we can tell. So here what we are trying to say is that you have to create a loyalty program by monitoring people and how they buy. People who buy up to a certain amount, people who have done business with you for a long time, you put them in a certain class. call them any name. Can be a name that is very pleasing. So pizza time, we have used 3 tiers. Rising stars. Rising stars are those who have bought pizza with us for some time. They haven't spent much. Patrons are those who have gone beyond the rising stars. Then we call them apostles. Yes, they are the highest spenders, and they are the ones who are also selling our company. So we can say that when you become a rising star, we give you a gift, and it can be any gift. And when you become an apostle, anytime we buy pizza, we give you free chips. That is ours. So this is our loyalty table. When you spend every 10 cedis, we give you 1 point. Every 10 cedis, we give you 1 point. So if after 4 months you have spent 10 cedis, it means when you buy something 30 cedis, you have 3 points. If you buy 40 cedis, you have 4 points. So when you gain 100 points, then you are a rising star. Then on your birthday, we give you free pizza. Then when you achieve that, we accelerate your points. Now when you spend 10 cedis, we give you what? 2 points. You understand? Then when you cross 300 points, because of the acceleration, we put you in the patrons club. And there you enjoy the birthday, you enjoy the 2 points, but you get to create your own pizza. Tell us what you want, which may not be available for the previous one. Then when you enter the shop in person, you don't have to queue. Walk straight to the counter. That's a priority service. And when you hit 500 points, we give you the free chips that I mentioned anytime you buy. If you don't like it, you can leave it. But a Ghanaian will like it. And then if you make a call within 10 kilometers, you also have a free delivery service. So this is our loyalty program for our case study. You can design your own case study. And this is where we'll stop for today. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay, so the moderator will look at questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will take a few questions because we still have the second session for the day to start in about 10 minutes. That is about financial management, right? Okay, good. So a few questions that we may have. Okay, one here. Thank you. When we go to the marketing funding,
Yes.
I just want to we use the analysis as strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. Can we use can we use noise as the needs, opportunity, improvement, strength, and then perception?
You see, in terms of drawing a plan, you can use anything. I mean, these are not sacrosanct. You can use anything. You can add on to it. You can take. Some people even don't deal with the strength and weakness. They think that is internal. The opportunity, they have no control, and the weakness, they have no control. So they will deal with it. So you can add on. You can even look at. I mean, in terms of that analysis, you can look at the whole industry. You can look at the pestle and so on. So some people use Porter's 5 forces. Some people use, in addition to the SWOT. So that one, I will not limit you to anything. You can do it.
So we are trying to get our sanitizer, but until then, I'll hold the microphone because of the COVID. We don't want to be passing it from persons to persons. So I'll come to you, and then you speak into it.
Right. I just realized you mentioned price, but price is not detailed in like your presentation.
Which one?
Like in the whole presentation.
Yes.
I mean, we didn't talk much about pricing, even though you mentioned it.
Yes.
Is it intentional or?
Yes, because pricing depends on your strategies. If you are a niche, you may have a higher price and people will not complain. If you are a monopoly, you can do your own thing. Nobody has a choice. Not that they won't complain. They don't have a choice. If you are competitive in a competition, that is perfect competition, then you are a price taker. You can't afford to have your own price. That's why I mentioned Vienna. When they were coming to the market, they came low, even though the whole market had stabilized it at 1 cedi. They came at 90 pesos. And of course, they had some other, differentiations, like having 36 pack, 24 pack, when most of them had 15 and so on. Yeah, so it was intentional that I didn't talk about pricing, because when you apply what you call the blue ocean strategy, initially I mentioned that when you have a market and you are looking for a product for that market, pricing means nothing. So when you start dealing with the market first, making sure that the market is ready for a product from you, then pricing doesn't become an issue. But when you have a product and you are struggling to get a market, that's where you have a problem. So maybe it is intentional, because everybody's approach here is different. But if there is anything you want me to explain, I can do that.
Okay, sorry.
So as a follow-up, I'm just thinking, so in Ghana, have we gotten it wrong? Because a Ghanaian will always go for the price first. I mean, I don't think I'm lying. I mean, we'll consider the pricing first before we consider all the other things that come
Yes.
from the business.
You see, you can't also run a business and tell yourself that my price is the lowest or my price is the highest. For instance, there are lots of pricing strategies, and they can change at any time. For instance, we have value pricing, sometimes, or agency pricing. There was a time I was looking for something for my BMW car. I went through Abosoka, I didn't get it. I went to different places. Then I went to Osu, a certain spare part shop, and I found it there. And then I sat down. But I was so happy.
You don't want to hold it, so it's okay.
Then I said, no, I shouldn't let that guy know that I've been looking for this thing, because his price will be different. So I sat down, asked for other things. So when I was about to leave, I said, what about this one? Then he mentioned the price. But I can give it to you at this price. I said, okay. Then I paid for it. You see? So when you look for something and say, the way I've looked for this, and the whole time you are the only one who has to, then you have brought yourself. You have brought yourself. Yes. So it is part of what we are doing. You will see that when you become very visible and people are calling and calling and calling, and they see that you are a serious business person, pricing doesn't become too important to them, because they are looking at your integrity, they are looking at your presence, your digital presence, to assume that you are credible. But when you are in a very obscure corner and they suspect that there is a fraudulent business, then everything they want to scrutinize. People want action. They want delivery. They want it to be delivered on time. And when you have all these things lined up, you may not be looking at pricing so much. Okay, thank you.
Can you please lay some emphasis on how to select your target market? Because sometimes you end up having a product that suits a very large group. So you can give us some key points how to narrow it down.
Okay. For me, as a startup, your best bet is a niche. As a startup, your best bet is a niche. I keep saying that if you operate a restaurant at Osu, instead of doing what everybody is doing, charging 15 cedis or 20 cedis per plate, look at the people who work at Osu. Most of them are getting to the top of their businesses, banks and so on. Many of these people have health conditions. If you create a restaurant that is only special diet, salt-free, pepper-free, fat-free, these free things, many of these people, when they are coming to work, because their wives know they are diabetic, and they may be tempted to eat with friends, they give them packed lunch. The men are not comfortable with the packed lunch. You understand? Especially when you don't take the food flask home. The wife will tell you, even the nursery people, they bring it. You see? So when you have a restaurant that is special diet, all the people with health conditions can get something to eat. You know the number of people who have those conditions, a lot of them. If you are dealing with niche, for instance, look at those who do mother care. Mother care, they are also serving, apparels and so on. But they have narrowed down to children who are yet to be born and those who have just been born. So in whatever area you are operating, can there be a niche? Can there be a specialized group who have needs within the segment? Go for that one. Sometimes you want to target just women. Women buy a lot. As for where they get the money, we don't know. But they buy a lot. A lot. So you can make it gender bias and decide to target women or men. So people are doing business in their cars, selling men's shoes, selling human hair, and so on. Don't go so broad. I want to sell everything wearable. If you want to deal with shoes, let people know you deal in shoes. So when they are looking for a type of shoe, they'll call you. If you want to do in brooches, deal in brooches. Let them know that every type of brooches you can find for them. I would a startup to go for a niche so that you learn in that trade. You become a master in that product. Then you can start adding on to it. Hello.
So you spoke about starting humble in the beginning, and you said that maybe in the beginning you wouldn't be making so much profits, but probably are breaking even. But my problem is this: after 3 years, you are still just breaking even. Mm-hmm. Do you say, "Oh, it's still early
then you are a charity club"?
Yeah. So, or maybe after, maybe not 3 years, but you expect to be making some profits, and you are still in that stage of just breaking even. Is this where you will think that is? When do you think that is just early stages, and when do you think that, oh, I probably need to change my whole strategy?
Okay. You see, in every situation, don't ignore time value of money and other opportunity cost. Time value of money. If I put 10 cedis in cocoa business, and in the next year, my capital is still 10 cedis, then I'm better off buying a treasury bill, isn't it? Yes. So you have to look at opportunity cost. Make treasury bill your base. It is risk-free, and it doesn't attract any other penalty. You don't have to employ anybody and pay him. If, for instance, there was a lady who came to me, this was before COVID though, she was doing rubbing alcohol. And she was doing it in gallons. And she said she can't see any growth. But people who take the product say the product is very good. And this woman came the second time that she still is not seeing, then I asked her, where do you sell it? She said, lorry stations. I said, how much do you sell this? She said, 20 cedis, the gallon. Can you take smaller bottles that you can charge 2 cedis, 3 cedis, 2 cedis, 3 cedis, in addition to the bigger ones? Reluctantly, she went to do that. Then the next day, she called me that everything she sent got finished. She had to buy other bottles and pour the gallon ones in there. That was the next day. Within a week, she had to take other rubbing alcohol from other people to add to hers to sell. So now she found out that the gallon, the products, and the market fit wasn't there. The people who like her alcohol were people who were willing to spend 3 cedis, 4 cedis, 5 cedis. Now it changed. Now she's built her own factory, especially when COVID also came. Otherwise, she was going to abandon the business before COVID. So sometimes you need to change a little thing, and then you are in business. So when it comes to that point, you need to find out what really, whether the markets and the product fit is okay, especially if you are talking to the correct target. Okay. Okay, so since we have a second one, maybe I'll still be around till 3 o'clock. Anybody who has one-on-one discussion, we can do that after 3, so that the next person can come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akumia. So, while the next trainer is preparing to come in, we could probably take a short break, I think, maybe some 5 to 10 minutes, and then we can start the next session.
Prince,
I know we have delayed a little bit.
will they do evaluation?
Yes, we will do a general one when we finish it off.
Okay.
So, for those who did not subscribe for the second session, I mean, it doesn't matter whether you did or you did not, you can stay. But what I'm trying to say is that if you want to leave us now, we have a small package for you at the door. I have colleagues over there. When you get there, they will give you one. It's just a small parcel souvenir, and then you take it with you as a way of saying we appreciate your coming. So thank you very much for coming. These are at the door, as I said. So while you are exiting, the colleagues will give it to you if you are leaving us. Other than that, it's a short break now, 5 to 10 minutes. I think 10 minutes tops, and then the second trainer can start. So thank you very much. See you 13:20 is 1:20. So you can all pick your bags at the door. As I said, one for each.
important decisions that has to be made all the time. Okay, 4 very important decisions. These decisions relates to investment, financing, dividends, and last but not least, the management of risk. Okay? For instance, is there anybody here who is in, let's say, the agriculture sector, or let's say education? You are? Agriculture. Great. So let's take it for instance, the investment decision. So let's go to our next slide. Please, your name? Nana Kweku. Great. So Nana Kweku, let's take it. Let me give you a scenario. So Nana Kweku, in COVID times, has to make a decision. How do I improve the long-term strategy of my poultry business? Before Nana Kweku makes a decision, we should remember that the whole point, okay, if you live here with nothing, just remember that the whole point of financial management is because of the scarcity of resources. Okay? If, say, today I have $10 million, I can get any car I want, build any house I want, start any business I want, with little or no stress or constraints. However, because there is scarcity of resources, okay, Nana Kweku has to make tough decisions. And in making these decisions, Nana Kweku has to look at the data, has to look at the long-term strategy of what he wants to achieve in order to get to that conclusion. So, Nana Kweku, as I pointed out, if Nana Kweku wants to expand his poultry business, what are some of the things you would invest in to get there long term?
Okay, thank you. So to expand my poultry, I have a pig farm.
A pig farm, great.
So to expand my pig farm long term, I'll be looking at liaising with some other people who do marketing on themselves, freelance people.
Okay.
At least I just give them a way of incentive so they can also put me out there. I also look at promoting it through an ad on social media to also reach a particular section of people, consumers I want them to take.
Okay.
Then I also look at going to have a one-on-one talk with joints and spots to get to know how many they would like to consume within it. But I will do more of the work, so I wouldn't have to be giving all the money to the freelance marketers.
Great. Now, there's one interesting thing Nana Kweku shared with us here. Because Nana Kweku has scarce resources, he has to engage the services of what? Freelance general offerings to support his business. Nana Kweku has to make a decision as to which of the investment plans he has to do. Because what? He can make a decision that no, poultry prices may increase, okay, or feed. So I will stock on them now. All right? Or Nana Kweku will say that no, looking long term in the next 2 or 3 years, demand for eggs or poultry will increase. So I will go that route. Do you understand? So these decisions, Nana Kweku does not make them just thinking or looking at just one picture. It has to be holistic. And then in doing that, Nana Kweku will know that long-term investments in non-current assets or the short-term, okay, short-term to produce more now to satisfy the demand he's getting. Or Nana Kweku is going to look at a strategy that in the next few years, demand for poultry or eggs in Ghana will triple. So then I am investing what I have or the money I have in order to reach that goal. So that is one of the most important decisions Nana Kweku has to make day by day. The next one is the financing decision. So to our colleagues or our friends who want to start new businesses, before you start the business and before you get into operations, it involves a lot of capital, okay? So the question comes, do I finance this by myself or do I rely on external funds? These are important and critical questions. Can anyone share with us why the sources of funds is an important financial management decision? Anyone? Great.
And when it comes to sources of finance, it depends on the nature of the business, the capital required, either to borrow from friends or to seek financial help from financial institutions, which is even hard currently in the country. Exactly. But I recommend an approach which is called bootstrapping, where you get finances from another source. Let's say doing two works. Let's say you are working in a corporation, you receive salary, then you save some ahead of time to invest into your personal business. Or you could have two businesses. There are some you get the money on a daily basis. So based on the money you are getting on the daily basis, you invest it in the long-term business agenda. That's what I have to say.
Great. That is great. So, please, your name?
I'm James.
James. As James said, so there are upsides and downsides to every decision you make. So, for instance, if I want to start a school, I may have to lease a piece of land or property already, all right? And if I have savings, that is what I invest in this school. If it goes south, let's say Corona happened and schools were shut down. Now, there are no students coming to school. Parents are not able to afford online classes, all right? What then happens to my business model? It suffers. I'm not able to make enough returns. However, because it was my own money, I lose it and I don't owe anybody anything. Do you understand? However, let's say in setting up the school, I went to my bankers that I need to set up a school. This is my model. These are the projections. I'm looking to make all these hundreds of thousands this year. And based on that, I can easily pay you off this loan or facility you are giving me. They give it to me. Now, if I'm not able to repay the loan, there are consequences, right? Because these loans are interest-based. The bankers are not there for charity. They are also there to maximize revenues, as we learned in our first slide. So, in this scenario, what happens to me is that I lose any investment I've made in the school to the bank probably, and I am cash trapped, or based on the agreed terms and conditions I went with the bank, I have to cough up that funds. You understand? So there is a cost to each decision to make when making the first move into business. Whether to rely on family and friends who may not give you stringent terms and conditions like a bank when lending you money, or whether to rely on self-made funds, which is sometimes difficult. Now, one of the last elements we will learn in the financial management or the decisions we have to make is after, say, a successful year, we've made great profits. Let's say demand for eggs in 2021 has boomed, and Nana Kweku made so much money at the end of the year. Nana Kweku would have to decide whether to invest that money back into the business or pay himself a dividend or a bonus. You understand? These decisions are important because if, say, Nana Kweku made 100,000 cedis profit at the end of the year, Nana Kweku could pay himself 60,000 and then reinvest 40,000 into the business. Or Nana Kweku can decide to pump all that money back into the business, diversify into probably other business ventures, and in the long term may grow into a very big business. You understand? So in the management of our businesses, we should keep in mind that these three decisions are decisions we have to make day by day. Okay? It comes to us and then we, based on sound data, we'll later get to that. We make decisions as to what is best for our business. All right. So when we started, we talked about the decisions and about risk. Now, using Nana Kweku's business, the poultry business as an example, there are so many risks associated with doing business. Okay. And in order to mitigate some of these risks, there are many approaches, okay, that we can engage in to ensure that we are not bearing the brunt of all the risks attached with the business. So even with individuals, you see people buying private health. Why? Because they look at the year ahead and say, I may fall ill. I may need to do all these x-rays. I may need to do all these scans. I may need to see all these specialists. What then do I do? You do what? You either transfer that risk to someone else. So in starting a business or in owning a business, we should all bear in mind that there are so many risks in the industries that we run. And with these risks, we should always make it a point that if it is possible to transfer that risk to someone else, we do that. So for instance, you have a warehouse. Your business is what? Trading stock. You import lots of televisions into the country, and then you resell them. You keep these television sets in a warehouse. One, can anyone share some of the risk associated with this type of business? Anyone? Keeping all these television high-value sets in a warehouse. Fire outbreak, great. You understand? There could be a burglary. You understand? So, considering all these things, as part of your business, you have to look at what are the risks associated with this business I'm doing. If there is a risk which, when triggered, can adversely affect your business, you should look at either of these approaches. So you can transfer, there are insurance companies who insure against burglary, against fire. You enter into some of these policies to what? Protect yourself and the business from these shocks. Another approach to this is that you can avoid the risk altogether. imagine you are a pharmaceutical company, okay? You start a pharmaceutical company. There's COVID, everyone is coming up with a vaccine. Your research team also came up in-house, doing their own research and came up with, let's say, a prototype. You think of it, the efficacy rate is what, less than say 50% or 60%. Do you still go ahead to bring it to market? If the risk is very high, one way to do it is to avoid it altogether. Okay? You are importing ties, second-hand or used ties from abroad. The quality of those ties is that bad that you are betting on the risk that you bring it to town and you get people to buy it from you. If the risk is avoidable, in financial management, you do not enter into that risk altogether. And one of the best approaches you could ever do is to reduce risk, which I will recommend for everyone here. In the beginning of setting up our own businesses, we are what? The founders. We make all the business decisions, we make all the operational decisions, we make all the marketing decisions. Like, we make every decision, but as we grow, we should know that when there is controls in place, it guards us against some of the risk we may incur. You understand? So imagine you have a warehouse, and someone wants to buy from the warehouse. Now, if there's an order, the same person who takes the order, okay, is the same person who ensures that they are taken from the warehouse, and is the same person who enters the number taken from the warehouse. There are significant risks here, or control failures here. If there are different individuals in these steps, it makes it very difficult for some of the errors or fraud to happen. So having a sound internal control system is one way of in risk management. And the last is what? Accepting risk. Accepting risk, one scenario we can use is, for example, the vaccine we're talking about. They are not 100% effective, right? However, based on the data and the efficacy rate, they know they can bring it to market, and then it will be worthwhile to have it out there. Okay. So going forward, we are going to look at some basic terminology in financial management. The first is capital structure. We already discussed some of the sources of capital, that it could be internally from ourselves or externally from other partners. So the capital structure, all that it means is what? The arrangement of capital from different sources so that the long-term funds needed for business are raised. Because there are moments in which our own financial strength is not enough to do all or implement all the amazing ideas we have. You understand? So you may need to go out to take debt from others. It's always important to know the capital structure of your business. And there's a time value of money. In Mr. Akumie's presentation, it came up. So the time value of money is also a very important concept in financial management. So all that it seeks to say is that money is worth more today than in the future. Do you all remember when the redomination of the cedi took place? A cedi then, yeah, exactly, it's not the same value as a cedi now. You understand? So always, we should know that 1 cedi received today is not equal to 1 cedi received in future. Okay. Sure.
A dollar today or a dollar in 10 years is worth more than a dollar today. That's like contrary to dates. I'm not disputing it, but then if you have a pound or a dollar or let's say an euro, 5 years is worth in Ghanaian terms.
We'll talk. I think this should be after the class. Today, this is basic. So yeah, we'll talk about that after the class. All right. And the next terminology is the cash operating cycle. It is the period of time which elapses between the point at which cash begins to be expended on the production of a product and the collection of cash from a customer. We will discuss this in detail in in the next slide. So I will move on to that.
Please, all the meaning of the GSHI. GHSI.
Oh, Ghana City 1, like is Ghana City, yeah, that currency. Okay, so now in financial management, there are so many tools that helps us to make the decisions we have to make. That is in relation to what? Investment, financing, and dividends. And you know, if I ask this question, that can we all say how much we spent on, say, data last month? Personally, how much we spent on data, transportation, fuel? We may struggle to give an exact figure, right? Exactly. And that is one thing you would want to avoid in business. In business, in financial management, you should always make it a point that you are in control, or you have the data as to how much you've spent, how much you've earned. It is only when you know these data, or you know these values, that you can plan appropriately or make the right decisions as to what to do next. And in previously, the basic accounting term called bookkeeping. To know all these data, you had so many individuals recording all these transactions. So, for example, imagine you sell eggs, okay? Anybody who comes in to buy crates of eggs, you have to record the quantity they bought on the date and whoever you sold it to. You can imagine at the end of the month how many entries you may have. So it used to be very bulky. It used to be very, very daunting for people to do. However, there are now tools which makes some of these things very, very easy. And if you have a business, okay, or you are looking to start one thing or one tool you shouldn't do without is to have an accounting software to record all your transactions. Now, these softwares in this age has been made so easy to the extent that you don't need to be an accounting person to use them. And in using these tools, it's going to give you great insight, okay, as to how many people owe you, how long are these debts aging, who do you have to pay, how many more months are they due that you have to pay your suppliers, how much did you sell last month. You understand? If you have all these, if you have answers to all these questions, you are able to plan appropriately. For instance, if in the month of January you sold 10,000 cedis worth of goods, in the month of February you sold 15,000, in the month of March 10,000. If you have this data, you are able to look at it and question yourself that what is happening? Is it that our marketing strategy is wrong? Is it that the quality of our products is not what it used to be, so our customers are not buying from us? The only way you are able to arrest or stop the downside of your cash, your sales, is to know how much you're actually selling. You understand? If there is no mechanism or whatsoever for you to know the actual sales you are making, then it's difficult for you to put in the relevant strategies to make it right. In the same way, if making profits, that is the only way you put in the different strategies or ways or change your operations in order to stop that. And so these are some of the advantages of using the software. You are easily able to automate your invoices. There are so many countless reports you seek to get that will help you analyze and know that I have to change my ways of doing this. You have to use different approaches in order to make to stop the tide. Now, these are some of the examples of the accounting softwares which are available. Most of these, as I said, are very, very easy to use. The last two on this list are made by Ghanaians, and the pricing is very, very, very affordable. You pay what, say 20 cedis, 30 cedis a month to have quality data. Okay? Quality data. You should always know that data drives the decisions you make. If you are getting it wrong, then you know that wrong data means you are making wrong decisions. All right. Now, we are going to talk about budgeting. Budgeting in the sense that in our financial management, we need to make many decisions. And it is sometimes difficult when, as owners of the business, we have so many thoughts running into our minds day to day, and we end up making certain decisions on the whim. It is always important that there is a plan we are following. Okay? So, individual owners or managers likely manages only by reference to a general mental budget. So you have it in your mind that this month I'm only spending in, let's say, now Kuku's business, 10,000 cedis on feed. This month I'm buying utilities for 5,000 cedis. You understand? If we put all these expenses or all these sources of revenue on paper, it really helps us to go according to, okay, or if there is any deviation from how much we intended to spend, we quickly correct it. You understand? So the budget is an essential tool to translate abstract or general plans into specific action-oriented goals and objectives. By adhering to the budgetary guidelines, the expectation is that the defined goals and objectives can be fulfilled. And when things don't go as planned, it is a tool that provides a mechanism for identifying and focusing on departures from the plan. So if in Nana, in the business of the poultry business, at the beginning of the year, we had a budget of how much we are going to buy as for chicken feed, how much we are going to buy as drugs or pay for veterinary services for the animals. And let's say there's an outbreak of the bird flu, so many unexpected costs. That is when we are able to know that, okay, in our budget for this year, we had plans of, say, investing in a new machinery. We can now put that on pause because an urgent need has risen somewhere in which we have to quickly finance it. The general idea is what? There are scarcity of funds. And because there are scarcity of funds, we are making financial decisions based on the most pressing need and also what? To keep the business going. Okay? So to manage budgets, there are so many tools. And some of these tools actually come up with, based on your previous years or the historical data in the software, they can propose a budget for you. You understand? Because they know that you spend this on what? Payroll every month. You spend this amount on leasing or renting the space that you have. You understand? So we should always make it a point that in the businesses we run, we put together a budget. Even if it's for 6 months, if it's for a year, it is very, very necessary that we have this tool to keep us in check. Also corrective measures when we stray away from it. Now, the next financial management tool we'll look at is a cash flow statement. We just talked about the budget, and what differentiates this from that is the cash flow statement. It records the what? The expected receipts of cash and payments of cash during a period. This is very, very important in the management of your business. Many big businesses fail because they do not have cash. You can have lots and lots of people owing you money, but till it turns to cash, you are in trouble. You understand? So just think of it in this way. In our poultry business or our example, we have, our birds are suffering from a new ailment or disease. And we need to what? Quickly get in a veterinary or buy drugs to ensure that they get well. Now, if we do not have cash, we can't go to this the veterinary doctor and tell him that, look, all these people owe me money. They are going to pay me in the future, so please come and offer your services. In real world or in real life, it doesn't work that way. We should always remember that cash is king. And cash being king, you should ensure that all the strategies you put in place, your business is as liquid as possible. In ensuring this, there are some strategies we'll learn in our next slide. Okay? So always keep it in mind that whether you are selling a lot in your business, whether you are holding lots of inventory in the business, it doesn't mean anything if you are not putting in the right strategies to turn all the good work you've done. You've come up with a wonderful product, you've been able to sell this product, and then you are not able to turn it into cash. Okay? We can even use, say, ECG as an example. ECG has had most debts tied to government. It's on their books, sitting there. Government of Ghana owes them. But they are not able to pay what? VRA and other bodies providing them the electricity. Because what? They have cash, but it's tied up somewhere. You understand? It's state-owned, but imagine you as an individual. You understand? You should always ensure that the management of your cash flow is key in the day-to-day operations of your business. Okay. So, in managing cash flow, these are some of the scenarios you'll be faced with. Okay, you could have a short-term surplus. So when you have a surplus, okay, you have lots of, when you did your cash flow, the amount of money you are receiving this month is way more than the people you have to pay. What are some of the things you can do? In managing your business, if there are people you owe and there are some discounts, if you pay before the due date, you earn certain discounts. You do that. Okay? If you can attempt to increase sales by increasing what? Accounts receivables and inventories. Because you have a lot of cash, you can easily have people your sales in which people are now purchasing more of your goods. All right? Because you are offering them sweet discounts. And what? You can make short-term investments if you have a short-term cash surplus. However, if you have a short-term deficit, now you have to pay your suppliers, let's say 100,000 next month, and you're only expecting 80,000 in the next month. So there's a deficit. What are some of the things you can do? You increase your accounts payable by delaying payments to suppliers. You understand? All these strategies comes up with what? Certain soft skills that you need as a leader. Good relationships with your suppliers make some of these conversations easy to have. Okay? Because if you are you have suppliers in which you are always on time with your payments to them, okay? Anytime you need stock or new goods, you go to them, you have a nice, good conversation. It is easier that way to go to them that, look, this month is not looking good for me cash-wise. I may have to delay payments to you to the next month. Okay? You can also reduce accounts receivable, that is the people owing you, by improving collection of overdue payments. So this is when you also go to the people who owe you in a subtle but aggressive way, letting them know that you need your money. You understand? You need your money because you are facing a cash deficit, which you need to close that gap. The other thing you can do is what? You arrange a bank overdraft facility. So if your bankers are kind enough, and most often than not, once you hold a business account with them, you can discuss overdraft limits. Once you have such a limit, you can utilize those overdrafts for that period of time in order to stop or close the gap in your deficit you have for cash flow in that month. The other position we may have is a long-term surplus. So if you have a long-term surplus, you did your cash flow, you are expecting so much money in the next month, so much money that you don't know what to use it for. This is the time for you to think of what? Making long-term investments. If there is an opportunity for you to expand business, this will be a good time to consider it. If there is an opportunity to diversify, okay, because diversity, if you diversify, it reduces your risk. So you are into the importation and selling of televisions. Now you diversify into another field. You start importing spare parts. You understand? You diversify your business operations. And one other thing you can do is you replace or you update your non-current assets. So let's say you have a car you've used in the business for a very, very long time. Its efficiency is coming down. You are spending so much on repairs and maintenance. This will be a wonderful time to make that decision to replace it. And in the long term, when you are staring at the barrel and there's a huge deficit in which you've applied all strategies available to you to close, but it's proven futile, that is when you may look to what? Raise long-term finance. Or you consider shutdown or disinvestment opportunities. In our day-to-day businesses, as I said, these are scenarios we may be faced with. And in order to get ourselves out of the hole, we should know that one strategy, as I said, or out of each of the positions, the appropriate actions, each of them works. And for them to work, you have to what? Engage the people your relationships that you have. It is important as a leader, as a manager of a business, to have excellent relationships with the people you work with. That is the only way you can leverage on some of these things when you are in moments of need. Okay. Please, any questions on this? Or any suggestions on how to improve our cash flow? Yeah.
No, we are in COVID times, right? So we want to change the nose mask that we are wearing so that it's safer for all of us. I'll just go around
Okay.
and then give the mask to all of us. And change it.
Okay. So we've now looked at what? Budgeting, what budgeting means. We've looked at managing our cash flow. One other important tool we always have to look at, based on the cash flow, and as I said, is how liquid we are. Because we should ensure that there is always enough cash at hand to satisfy all the obligations we may have. So we are going to look at 3 different scenarios. And then, based on the respective industry we find ourselves in, let's try as much as possible to relate to how these scenarios affect our businesses. So, the first scenario we have is what? A supermarket. Anytime you go to a supermarket, we pay cash, right? You pay cash or you pay with your card. If supermarkets receive lots of their sales in cash, however, they don't buy on cash. They have suppliers who supply them most of these products on credit. You understand? So, if you are in this business, you should know that you are holding what? Lots of cash. You understand? It is a different scenario for you to our second scenario. A company that does what? Supplies other companies, such as a wholesaler. This wholesaler is likely to be selling mainly on credit. You understand? Because if we look at strategies, it is very, very difficult if you want to improve your sales and to encourage lots of people to buy your goods, is to offer them certain incentives. I'm going to give you these products, and then you pay me back in what? 30 days, in 2 weeks, in 60 days. If you are engaged in such business, you should know that most of your sales are tied up in what? Credit. In order for you if you find yourself in such a situation, to get out of it is to make sure that what? At any point in time, there are short-term borrowings of cash. If you do not manage these particularly severe problems. This is very relatable to new businesses and also early stage startups, because there is no track record. So there is difficulty in getting credits from suppliers. This is true to the extent that I can only give items to you on credit if I have faith, or I know you have the track record to pay me back. Because if I'm giving you, say, 1,000 cedis goods on credit, and I don't know how much you sell in a month, or how well you sell, it is a huge risk to me. Because at the end of the month, you can tell me that, oh, I wasn't able to sell it, the goods you gave me. And if you are faced with this scenario, how do you then settle the people you bought these items from? So we should always keep it in mind that in the beginning stages of our businesses, we may not have the track record to obtain credits from the suppliers we would like to work with. And in doing so, we should also keep it in mind that the customers that we want are also going to expect what? A period of time to pay us back. You see? So that is a dilemma and a decision you have to make. Decision, as we went back in the management of the risk, is this a risk you can take? That is offering a huge or a longer repayment period to your customers. What are the risks involved? If these risks are satisfactory, then, as we discussed, you can go ahead into such decisions. all in all, we should always remember, as I said, that it's the management of cash. Once we are able to manage cash well, it is very, very easy for us to settle all the obligations that we may have to hold. Now, the one last thing we'll look at is managing inventory. This is very, very important for firms or businesses that need to buy or hold a lot of inventories. Even if you don't have to buy, or you are not in the business of buying and selling, you keep office supplies, okay? And we've learned today that there is a cost in what? Keeping all our monies fixed in what? Receivables, which hasn't turned into cash yet. In managing inventory, these are some of the costs we incur. There's holding cost. So imagine you have what? A warehouse. Your suppliers every month, or your customers require just maybe 1,000 television sets every month. But then you have a warehouse that can accommodate 20,000 television sets. This is more than you require, obviously. And then, because of that, what? You are paying more in warehousing and handling cost. Because warehouse is based on square meters. Because you don't have your math right, you are what? Paying more for a larger space than you require. Some of these items deteriorate and there's obsolescence. If you are in the television business, for example, a television set that came in 2016, okay, or produced in 2016, is different from a television set produced last year. So, in managing your inventory, let's say you stocked on a lot of 2019 television sets. Now, it's the year 2020. There's new technology. All these smart features, the quality, picture quality, everything has improved. Now, when most people go to the market to get television sets, they look at these things. Oh, okay, which year model? Or even, let's say, phones. You understand? So you end up, because you held lots of inventory. You have a lot of obsolete items that nobody needs. And the repercussions of this is unlimited. Because one, you bought these items from someone, you have to pay. Two, you are holding these items at a warehouse which is incurring cost every month for you to settle. So in the management of your business, you should always know that getting to know the ideal or the right inventory level to hold is very important to avoid certain costs or incurring more costs than you should have, especially in insurance. You understand? So if you are, as we use the scenario, you sell 1,000 television sets in a month and you have more than 10,000 stocked, you are going to pay insurance on what you have. Insurance on what? Stock that is not bringing you any money. It is very, very important, okay, that we identify the right levels of inventory levels that we need. And even when we go to the next one as the procuring cost, before you get these items to Ghana, you are paying what? So many import duties, costs, etc. on all these items. Delivery cost. When these items are in Ghana, the truck to transport them from what? The harbor to the warehouse. All these are costs that you incur in getting this stock, which you don't need. So there's always one important tool in your financial management is to ensure that you are not holding on to many items you do not need. Okay? Holistically, what we are seeking to achieve here today is to know that the decisions we make when we enter into business, there is no right or wrong. Okay? That is what I want you to know. Leadership matters in what we do. In the beginning, I said, if you are starting a business, you have 3 consultants, you get different advice, different strategies to get things done. All are important, okay? You would learn from all these things if based on the data you have. Never underestimate the power of data in financial management. Otherwise, you end up making decisions based on your emotions, based on what you think might be the right way. However, it may not be so. So we should always keep in mind that there is that scarcity of resources which we point out. If there is no scarcity of resources, then all our problems are solved. Is that understood? If there's no scarcity of resources, we know that we can hold all this inventory and we don't mind paying the insurance, we don't mind these goods getting obsolete. And even if there's scarcity of resources, we also learned in our first slide that what? We are seeking to maximize revenue or shareholders' wealth. This goes against it. Why pay more money to an insurance company whilst you do not have to do that? Why pay more money to the owner of a warehouse business if you do not need all that space? Okay, so inventory management is very, very important, especially if we are dealing in a lot of stock. We have to keep stock and we have to pay others. For example, even when you are keeping stock, we have all these laborers working around, all the security cost you have to incur. Like the cost keeps on piling up. Okay, and as a startup, as a new business owner, you are always looking to what? Maximize or cut cost as much as possible. Okay, so this brings us to the end of the basic tools we need in financial management. And one key takeaway that I'll share with you is that always make it a point that when you are paying or you are buying some of these softwares we earlier went through, you should know that it is not money going down the drain. You have to purchase some of these things because in the long term, it gives you the data that you need to make the decisions you have to make. Once you don't have the data, you make the wrong decisions. You should never forget that. Once you have the wrong data, once you don't know how much you are spending each month on your cost, you are going to make wrong decisions all the time. Okay. So, thank you, and if we'll take questions from here.
Hello. Please, I want to find out, how would you advise, let's say, a business that runs daily, like say a food business, to do bookkeeping and then budgeting?
Okay. So, anytime we go out to these restaurants, okay, all these fast food joints to get food, there is an electronic receipt being printed for us, right? Which shows how much we bought, how much we gave, as in cash, and the balance we got. So at the back end of these receipts, all these are recorded, the sales. So if you are engaged in a restaurant business, it is important. There are two ways you can know how much you've sold in a day, especially depending on how you are taking your cash. Is it that people are paying you through mobile money? Because if they are paying you through mobile money, at the end of the day, you are able to what? Ascertain how much sales you made from that. If they are paying you through cash, how much cash did you make? However, using the tools, as I was saying, for example, that is the automated system in which the order, you input the order you received. It gives you insight as to, okay, on our menu today we had fried rice and chicken, we had fries and grilled chicken, we had 10 orders, because the data is seamless. So at the back end, at the end of the day, you are able to know the exact quantity of which food item was ordered more than the other. You see, so when you have that, you are able to make the next decision. Why are we selling less jollof rice? Is it that the price is not competitive compared to other businesses in the same sector? You understand? So if you are in the restaurant business, I would highly recommend that you use some of these tools, which gives you deep insight into the exact materials or items being ordered from you. Once you have that, it's going to give you strategies. Is it that in the next month, you can come up with an offer that jollof is selling at a 20% discount? You understand? That can boost your sales in that regard. So always ensure that, as I said earlier on, paying for these things, sometimes we look at it as money which is not well spent, but then actually that is not the case, because they give you what? Data. And once you have data, you are going to make the right decisions based on of that.
Before that, please can you move to the previous slide?
Okay. Okay.
She wants to see. So you can ask.
Okay. Hello. So, if you are a startup and you need a capital intensive to start the business, what will you recommend in instances where if you go to bank to take loan, you are likely to lose your equity or something? So all those things are risks that you as a startup have to do. But yet again, in a capital intensive company like agro-processing or direct production or manufacturing, what do you advise the person should do?
Great. So as when we started with the discussion about capital, Remember, I gave the scenario with regards to the school. Now, before you go in for debt, there is something called a financial model. Okay, there are aspects that deal specifically with what? Financial modeling. These guys are able to sit with you, go through your expected revenue for say 5 years, all the capital or long-term investments you have to make, etc. It's pretty intense and comprehensive stuff. Now, once you are able to model your business, okay, there are so many sources of sources of funds. However, as you said, some are capital intensive that you can't do it on your own, and you may have to rely on going to these banks. Borrowing from a bank is not a bad thing. Very, very far from that. Going in for debt is good once you've modeled your business and based on the assumptions, okay? Based on the assumptions, you are likely and very much easily going to pay off these loans. There are angel investors, okay? That is also a source of funds you can look at. So these investors, they are not like your typical banks, you understand? Because you should also know that banks are giving you loan payable terms. It is on the high side because that is the only way they also make money to run their operations. Getting your model right is the first step. On what? Okay, my friend entered into this type of business and it's so easy for him because he's making so much money. You are going to fall into a hole in which you may not know the right consequences. It is always important to look at what you have as a business model, sit with the right people. Please, in starting your businesses, don't hesitate, okay, to talk to the experts. You may not have experts who take top dollar. Yeah, there are experts like that. There are also other experts up and coming who can give you very, very sound advice at very, very affordable rates. If you get the first step wrong, you should know that you are building up to what? Facing so many difficulties you may not have anticipated at the beginning. So please, let us always look to what? The aspects when we are starting.
Okay, so I want to look at the reverse of this. I belong to some groups where somebody will just pop up and say, guys, I have 20,000 Ghana cedis, or I have 10,000 Ghana cedis. Give me some business ideas and what I can do with that. And I'm just looking at the financial management you're taking us through. And I'm looking at if somebody comes up that way, what would be maybe the 5 quick tips you can give the person for the person to maximize this money that he has and what he can do with that and succeed.
What are the tips you can give to that person? Is that your question?
Yes, but in holistically financial management terms, what can the person do with the money?
Exactly. So, you know, the safest way to deal with excess or surplus money is to invest it in government bonds, treasury bills. Safest. Okay. Now, when you are faced with what? A friend or a colleague having excess funds who wants to do something with it. It is tied to the previous question we got. When you look at opportunity and in starting a business, there are so many unknowns. Okay, so we start businesses based on assumptions. I earlier pointed out that you could have a friend or a colleague who has started, let's say, a phone repair business, and it's going on so well for him. It does not necessarily mean you should also do that. The opportunities come in bounds. For example, we are in the fintech, a period in which fintech is booming. We have so many applications or softwares which is making what? Transacting business very, very seamless and easy. You understand? That is when other strategies come into place. What are the barriers into entering this type of business? Okay. Now, for example, we can use the delivery business as an example. Owning a bike, registering a bike, getting your license, and then you're in business. The barriers to entry is what? Very low. Each day you can get a new person entering into this type of industry. So before you decide on if there are surplus funds, it is about what? What are your long-term objectives? Are you looking or seeking to build something over what? 5 years? Okay, there are so many business ideas which is currently maybe not excelling or bringing up the required returns now. You understand? As a leader or as a founder, these are some of the decisions you have to make. That I believe in my craft. I believe in this idea or this concept. Once you have the concept does not turn into a success overnight. You understand? It is important for you to understand what you need to succeed in that industry. There are so many industry experts that will sit with you, okay, yeah, come into this business, it's booming. But then again, you should look at your qualities as a leader or as an entrepreneur when entering this type of business. Is it your comfort zone? You understand? Because immediately you start the business with, say, what? The 20,000 cedis. You end up realizing that you may need another 50,000 cedis to get certain things done. All of a sudden, it's a different conversation. And when it turns into that, that is when you have to know that, okay, based on these discussions I had at the beginning or at the modeling stage of my business, I was always going to need 50,000 down the line to do this. So based on that, you can bring some of these decisions forward. You understand? Always keep it in mind that you are not jumping into a business idea or you are not starting a new business based on what? Hearsay or the successes you've heard other people make. It should be based on your planning, based on the right conversations you've had with the relevant people in the industry to make some of these decisions.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to find out, in Ghana, I know one of our biggest challenge is finance, especially for startups. So I'd like to find out, where does a startup go to get a financial support to start his or her business?
This is a great question. Probably we should put it to Kedofriata. So it's very true. You understand? Because one thing, because this was a basic financial management class, we didn't talk about something called the cost of capital. You see, it's difficult because anybody giving you money, okay, is expecting a return. We shouldn't forget that. For you to look for funds, government, for let's say, for example, perfect, the agricultural sector. So you want to set something for yourself in the agricultural sector. In a functioning or everything being right, you know that you could easily go to what? The Agricultural Development Bank, which supports some of these ventures. You can easily go to them and tell them that this is what I want to do. Okay, there's planting for food and jobs. I'm going to get seedlings or support from all these guys. You understand? Some of these opportunities are truly there. And we may be amazed at the incentives when we actually look. You understand? We should keep in mind that starting businesses, it shouldn't be a day or a week intensive research. No. It should be very, very intense. For example, where I work, Impact Hub, we deal a lot with young startups, financing options. And before an investor will invest $1 into your business, he has to know that it's going to work. You see? And I'm always amazed. Like I have so much respect for young entrepreneurs because today, Mr. Kumia discussed what? Branding. So one individual starting your business, you have to deal with what? The branding. You have to deal with the market plan. You have to deal with the financial management bit of it. It's so holistic. It is important that you don't leave one bit out. You understand? Because once you get it wrong, okay, you may not know where to look at, because there are what? So many tax incentives. You understand? Because if it is about what is easy, we can all go into one line of business, it gets choked. There's no more demand for it, excess supplies, then what? Prices of these things tumble. You understand? For example, we take the delivery business, for example, now there are what? There's Jumia, there's Global, there's Bolt Food. All of a sudden, delivery prices in food is what? Reducing. So, as a young startup, do you also want to go into delivering food business? You understand? It is always important to do your market research. One international partners out there looking to support certain industries. You understand? Don't make your decision based on what you just want to do. Please invest as much as possible the time to do all the necessary research to come up with a good product in which anybody you pitch it to will be interested in supporting. There's one day.
Okay, thank you. I'm Philip. My question is in pair. First has to do with the accounting softwares. So you made mention of, I think, the Zoha and then SAP. Yeah, I was wondering to ask, are these apps third-party apps, as in you have to be trained on them, or they are downloadable apps? And anyway, how are you going to get to them? And then my second question has to do with, let's say you have a business idea. You have made up your strategies, planned out everything, and now you know you need 10,000 Ghana cedis to start. And then you have, let's say, 4,000 or 5,000. You don't want to go in for loan because you know its complications. You want to grow up your capital by yourself. So you made mention of you going in for treasury bills.
Okay.
Yes, you can do that. I was wondering to ask, what other options can you also go in for?
No, so the treasury, let me answer that first. The treasury bills part was if you have excess funds and you wanted a safe investment. Okay, so ideally, you know, what most business people say is that when starting a new business, it is best to have 6 months of operating cost secured. You understand? Because at the beginning stage of the business, you may not know some of the unexpected or contingency costs you have to pay up for. And this, in your question, there are building blocks to everything, okay? As a business, as an industry, we always cast our mind back to why financial management? Because we are managing scarce resources. So in starting the business, which requires a 10,000 cedi capital injection. Okay, the 10,000 cedis, is it that you have to buy a piece of land to start? Is it that you need a vehicle to transport maybe your finished goods? This is the time to think of outsourcing some of the items you cannot readily get on your own. You understand? So if it's talking to friends and family, okay, oh, I have this piece of land here, you can use it for the first few months. Okay, I don't need to buy a car myself. I have to engage the services of a rental company. All these are strategies. You see, that, as I said, financial management is not in a silo. Because if you think of it holistically, and you tell yourself, okay, in the first few months of my business, I am willing to give up a proportion of my margins to these third parties. Okay, so I know that I can earn 1 cedi on every chicken I sell. I am ready to give 20% to whoever is going to deliver them for me. So in such scenario, I don't need to buy a car, think of all the maintenance cost that comes with it. Okay, maybe there's this company that supplies the crates. You understand? It is about ensuring that in whatever model you are you are engaging in the end, you are profitable. Because if you are not profitable, it directly affects your long-term survival. But then, in the beginning, whilst you are faced with all these limited source of funds, you have to make concessions that you may not make when you grow and become a big company. Is it that you are outsourcing your marketing? You understand? Normally, there are so many companies now that help in outsourcing some of the basic things or transactional activities. Once you're able to push all of those things out, as a founder, you're able to focus on the core things you need to do. And this may help you in some cost savings.
I want to add that usually when you are starting, you need to make sure that you cut costs. Sometimes you have no idea where you can cut the cost. Personnel costs is one of the things you have to avoid, because the person you bring on board to work is not working for free. Every month, when you don't have money to pay them, you see that there's pressure on you. So, for instance, you can inquire from National Service if you can have a National Service person who will be paid by government because you're a startup. If you liaise with NEIP, they will do that arrangement for you, the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Plan. If you liaise with NAPCO, they will do that for you. So personnel costs, you can reduce it to a certain level when you have identified maybe a student or a graduate who is in the area that you need. Because if you employ, the person will charge you about 1,800 a month, and you may not be able to afford. So look at how to cut costs. Then also, it is worth it to start looking at partnerships. 2 or 3 people bringing your money together. You need to, if you can raise 10,000, another can raise 5,000, another can raise another 10,000, that is 25,000. But you alone, you may not be able to build it. And sometimes there are partners who come in just because they have money and they want to see what the money is being used for. They don't want to stay for long. When the time comes, you can pay them off. And also remember that when you are doing this kind of business, most people, you don't pay yourself. You don't pay yourself, and it doesn't reflect in any financial documentation. That is wrong. When you are doing the assessment of the company, put your salary in, even if you will not take it. That will show you the viability of the company. If you are knocked down by any sickness and you are asking somebody to stand in for you, the person has a salary. If it is not there at all, then you don't have a viable company, because if you bring that in, you'll go into red. Thank you.
Mine is in regards to the digital tools you spoke about. So I just want you to make a recommendation in respect of a startup who will not be able to afford any of the apps or the tools. Just give us some few key books that we should keep. But in the case of someone who can afford it, can you recommend just one? And how much is it likely to cost?
Okay, great. So with the tools, there's one. So you see, these tools normally are priced based on your needs, okay? But basic, as you keep your income statement, or what is called your profit and loss, how much you are selling, what is the cost of this, okay? Your statement of financial position or your balance sheet. Those are very, very important. Always, as we also learned, your cash flow statement. It is important because we learned that what, if you are in die or you are in a bad cash position, you are open to what, all your suppliers. We've heard of what, big corporations file for bankruptcy because they can't pay their debts. So personally, there's a Ghanaian built accountant, built by a young Ghanaian guy, which is very good. The Aussie app is also free to use. It's also Ghanaian, but then they have pricing models. QuickBooks is also very affordable for a young startup. Very affordable, gives you so many insights. Like, it will be money well spent, I promise you. Money well spent, in which is going to tell you, like, easy, seamless, sending invoices to your customers, sending reminders to them that they need to pay you, generating reports of your aging in whatever bracket you want to see. You understand? Please invest in these things. They do not cost much at all. And most of them are even online now. So on your phone, wherever you go, you have access to it. They're in the cloud. So once you visit there, you can have access to all your financial data on the move. You don't need to be by a computer all the time to access the information you need to have. Any more questions? Okay. This one. Yes. So most of them have free or basic plans, but they may not. You may not get all the features you may want. But as I said, they are very cheap. Some of them cost like $6 or $7 a month. You understand? Very cheap. Built Accounting, as I said, is a Ghanaian software priced in Ghana cedis. Very, very affordable. Runs your payroll for you, your taxes, so many features to help you concentrate and manage your business. Okay.
So I can't help but wonder, when you are starting to plan the business as it is, you have this accounting softwares and all of it in your plan. You are, literally from zero scratch startup. Do you implement, now this already is in the plan, at what stage do you think it would be best for one to implement the actual acquiring of the accounting software? Is it just when you are kicking off? Is there a way you can manually study the trend a bit? Because I believe, I've not used any of this though, but I believe it may need you to enter a few cents that you probably have zero knowledge of if you come from, say, a science engineering background like me, who has zero knowledge of accounting. So is there a way that you could do a bit of this at just the right startup so that when you proceed a little bit, you get on the software, or do you have to kickstart with the software? Which would you advise?
Yeah. So the beauty about these softwares is that most of them offer online support 24/7. And as I stated, yes, you may need, let's say, an expert to help you set up at the beginning stage. That is the relevant accounts based on the industry you are in. But once you set them up, and with little training, I promise you, little training, you are able to input the data into it seamlessly. For example, with 2 clicks of a button, you are able to upload all your bank transactions into some of these apps. You understand? So, ideally, once you start a business, it should be part of your to-do list to have these softwares. Because when you start, you're making sales from day one. If you start, you need to know whether there is enough funds in your bank or in your projections to, let's say, acquire something you need to expand your business in the next 2 or 3 months. When you start, you are thinking of so many things to get a business running. You may lose track of somebody who has to pay you in the next week or so. You see, these apps, softwares are there to make your life easy and for you to concentrate on the core responsibilities as a founder. You understand? So that you don't always, okay, this person had to pay me this. Let me call the person. Some of these, you can even schedule instructions for them to send a reminder to whoever owes you 2 or 3 days before the invoice is due. You understand? So please, these are, as I said, very affordable, and at the beginning stage of your business, please have them, you start with them and you grow with them. Okay?
And also, there's another one called Android. The Android has customized up to about 100 industries in Ghana. So it is possible that Adroit, A-D-R-O-I-T, it is possible that if you're in the tourism industry, it is already customized for tourism industry and it will suit your purpose. If you are in the health sector, pharmacy, telecommunication, they are all done across industries. And if you want them to customize it, they can customize it for you. And they live with you as your company also grows. As the needs come, they update it. So these are made in Ghana ones you can also follow and make sure that you have a good idea. The good thing about investing here is that almost all government interventions, donor partner interventions, whatever interventions, they want to look at your accounting history. So if you invest in accounting software from day one, the history is captured as it is. And the people will see the growth trend, and if they want to intervene, that's where you become a preferred client. So don't be shy if you have to invest in those ones. Thank you.
There's a hand.
So concerning the accounting softwares, to add to what Andrew has said, I see people are worried about how to navigate the softwares. Most of them, there are a lot of videos on YouTube on how to navigate them, whether you are an accountant or not. So once it's set up for you, how to upload transactions, how to raise invoices, how to send receipts or raise receipts, how to navigate, receivables or payables. They are all up on YouTube. All you need to do is, once you know the software you are using, you type how to do whatever it is in YouTube, and then you see a number of videos and go through them, and they can help you to navigate the software once you have them. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. This question was asked by a gentleman earlier about agencies and companies that you can go to, especially government agencies that you can go to for help as a startup. I think you tried to answer it by letting us know that we should do more research. It shouldn't be a 1 week or 1 day form of adventure. But I'd like to employ the services of Mr. Kumia here, since he's here. If aside, I know government agency like NBSSI, are there other government agencies, specific ones that we can go to right after here? Sometimes you can go to Ministry of Agriculture if you're into farming or the rest, but you don't get clear target areas, clear agencies that you can go. I think they're all scattered. So if there are specific places we can go to based on our various industries, I think it will help a lot.
Yes, there aren't a lot. I mentioned NEIP, for instance. They have money for startups, not for continuing businesses. And they would make a call. Usually, the call will come within a month, it is closed. If you miss that call, you have to wait for the next one. And sometimes you don't know when the next one is coming. So there are things that you have to be looking out for. And if you have a good network, then somebody in your network will call you and say that this is what they are doing. Occasionally, there are also a lot of idea competitions that most of the donor agencies like SNV, like GIZ, and so on, occasionally they will throw some idea competitions. But those are sometimes very specific. They want innovative ideas in sanitation, innovative ideas in horticulture, innovative ideas in services, and so on. And sometimes the award is attractive, maybe 5,000 euros, which in our case is about 30,000 Ghana, which can help a startup reach far. So honestly, some of the young ones, we call them professional pitchers. Initially, they are pitching the ideas in competitions, and they use that to generate, income to start their business. Mostly, the age bracket is between 18 and 35. If you are lucky, 18 and 40. So that may not be for everybody. And there are people like Magdan. Magdan occasionally will also throw out entrepreneurship competition and so on. So when you have packaged the business well, you are not afraid entering into these areas. And for them, in the competition, they mostly want to see impact. How many people can you employ? What will be the outcome on the way things are done now? I mean, how is it going to change the face of things that we are doing now? So that becomes innovative idea and so on. So there are other innovative ways of raising funds, not necessarily going for a loan or going for a government intervention or support. But they are broad, and you can't predict when they are coming into the system. Okay.
And to add to what Mr. Kumia said, most of these are grants in which you do not have to pay back. So to start a business, as I said, it's important to know the industry. Once you're in the ecosystem, you get to hear lots and lots of these opportunities. For example, with the company I work, Impact Hub, I told you, we're also a social enterprise. We work with partners like GIZ. There's currently a project with health startups, offering very good money as grants to help them expand their businesses. We had a project with GIZ offering last year 15 startups that were hugely affected by COVID. So please, once you're in the ecosystem, listen, read more, and then there are so many opportunities that will come your way. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
hello.
Sorry. Thank you very much. So as much as we would like to take more questions, you know, this program is run concurrently with the colleagues upstairs. So we need to close together. We have finished about 30 minutes ago. So we need to close together. But the facilitators are around.
Yeah.
You can greet them even when you close. So let's give them a round of applause. We get a live feed that we need to put this break now so that we can switch to the closer of the day for the live feed, and then we can engage the facilitators afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you all. So as we'll be around, you can come, we can talk and answer all your questions.
For those who don't have a mask, you can